smoked it. Hi, Judas. Cheers. What's good, Miss Mary? Scotty, it's Susan. It's Suzanne. I always tell you that. It's okay, Miss Mary is nice. Cheers, Judas. I was gonna find somewhere dark and scary, but no, it's okay, it's okay. Some call me Go, some call me Flo Farm. It's actually Suzanne. Judas calls me Caesar, mostly, and then some other ones. It's no problem. I know Marys, there's Marys in my family. How are you, Scotty? Cheers, Judas. Cheers, Scotty. Can you see a bunch of them? I can't see that one. How you doing? I'm gonna go get some coffee. I brought a book out. I'm gonna read them a little bit. Judas, are you going to get a popsicle? I'm glad you're good. Thank you. A bunch of shorts on your page? Cool, I'll have to look. I have too many sitting and videos and lives. I guess it doesn't count if you don't release them, so I need to release a bunch. Cool. You're eating bologna sandwiches? Awesome. I guess I could move that some. I thought that maybe it wouldn't show the cats. Definitely have the munchies. Well, then I'm going to go get my coffee and something. Why are you sad? Yeah, Maleth. I'll be back in a minute, guys. Look at that. How cute. Judas, I need to name the one that you're going to... I'll have to show you that little one. The only one that doesn't have a name. So you can help name that one. She's not up here right now. She's a tortoise. So she's not the one in the bowl or the other one. Hello, Dan. Thank you. Sorry I haven't been around lately. I've kind of wasn't feeling the best. I was going to stream last night and didn't. And almost wasn't going to tonight, but I decided to. Hope you're doing well. And then I was gone. I left the farm today for a little while, so that was nice. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the blessings. Back at ya. Thank you for always stopping. I do when I can. Sometimes, yeah. But, I went and found some water today, so that was healing. But tomorrow I'm sure I will. Oh, here comes a train for you, Dan. You blessed me? This is what I call the hope train. Sometimes there's only one or two. I don't know how many we've had. Some nights like 10. I'm gonna go get some coffee and some broccoli. I'll be right back. You guys enjoy the train. Just take me like 2 minutes. Take a little longer. I locked myself out the back door. Most of the cats come and gone. I did feed them a little extra, which they normally don't have. I wasn't looking at my phone to see if somebody else is here. I should put that on. I think I got that on top chat. Hope everybody's doing good. Hope your banana sandwich. Hope your bologna sandwich is and banana sandwich, if anybody's eating a banana sandwich out there too. Sorry, it probably sounds like I'm super rusty. But I'm not. I can't find myself. What you doing, Taxi Girl? That's Taxi. Listening to the rails. I'm so slow. There's only 3 people left. Jay Noswitch, hi girlfriend. How are you? I have been thinking about you, wondering how you are. I hope you're doing good. There's not many people here right now. There was a bunch, but and I almost didn't stream. I haven't been streaming a lot lately, but this is worth it. I know there's some of my friends here. I'm so happy to see you. Hello, love back. Hope train. Here you go. Ninja. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a light. I thought I had one. Cats left. So, oh. Yeah, we'll have to talk in a minute. Maybe I should go put this. I was going to read some stories. Your train, that's right. Hi, OG Outlaw. Hey, I'm glad I saw you here. Let me make you a mod. I just went in to get a lighter. Judas is eating bologna sandwiches. This is a good friend of mine, Jay Noswitch. who lives out in LA that I haven't seen in a while. Quite a while. I think since I was probably, what, a couple months. Your train, yes, Jan. I'm so glad I streamed. Probably go, I might um, put some peanuts out and see if raccoons show up. I'm gonna read. You don't know I still. She's really cool. We wear our wrench as well. Ah, you haven't been here the whole time. I was like, there's there's some people I should have taken them away from, and some people you give them to, they never come. Anyway, but yeah, you were here for some, but it's been great, good people. I guess people worried about me the last couple months. Just in medicine, I want to get off that stuff I take. Anyway, I don't want to talk about that, but he's really nice too. He's a newer friend than you are, but I was thinking about you so much, JN, I was almost going to just leave you a comment, since you don't really have vids, but yay! That makes my night. So since you're here, I already have a book picked out that I might read from, because sometimes I'm here, sometimes I'm quiet, whatever. Do you want me to put it over by the raccoons? See, there's not a lot of the kitties right now. Okay, I should eat some broccoli here because I don't give you a chance to answer. I'm so excited to see you. Seriously. I know you're not in Discord and other stuff. I started an Instagram thing for just like personal. If you're on it at all, I know you were like me, barely on stuff. And all my different emails were having problems. Adam, I saw Adam gave me a heart. He'll probably show up since it's still so young. And I hope that you're doing well. I'm doing good. I'm doing good at this moment. Very good at this moment. How's that? I actually, JN, if you look, there's a short that I did, I'm bending over, sorry, so I'm getting away from the camera. Let me move it down so I'm closer. I went to a lake that I've never been to that feeds into the creek. That's back behind the Japanese maples back there and stuff. I've lived here over 20 years and I've never been to that lake. So I went today. I even did dress up. I just wore my cut-off sweat shorts and my slide shoes. It was really nice. But I took a bunch of video. I took like 4. You can do live shorts, so only up to a minute. Maybe it's only 15 seconds. But I did some time lapse out there. You'll have to wait and see. I need to upload a video. It's really weird. I should tell you. I'm barely on the online platforms. I understand. JM, you know, look at how much chiller I am than a couple years ago. But no, I had some health stuff going on too. Plus, I'm weaning myself. There's not many people listening right now. I actually had somebody from the community that you know that I do, that might try to help too. But starting next week, I'm going down in my dosage again. And then I'll be only taking half of what I prescribed. I just don't think I need it all. except for I get little seizures. Like, it's no big deal. Oh, you missed it, girlfriend. Yeah, you missed one time I fell into, uh, during the live stream, fell into a pile of ants. I don't think you're here. I just really kind of been, I guess, I didn't do a live last night, 2 nights ago, and some people, I guess people were all worried about me. It was like, dang, you can tell I'm so excited to see you. Yeah. Michelle's hardly on. You probably know a couple people looking. Hello, Shelly. How you feeling? Meet OG. He's a really nice guy. My friend Judas is probably in the background. You may know one or two people. And sup. There's a great guy, Jim. JN I've known for how long? About 3? Oh, JN, I fell in like I don't know how many species of ants. I was going to start a stream and I kind of tripped over an electrical cord that's not buried. Well, electrical line for when that building was put up. Knocked over like a big, nice clay pot that was tall. And where there's rocks, boulders for the beds. And when I knocked that soil out, yeah, there were so many species of ants. There were even termites. I was like, oh no! You have been getting better? Good. I was wondering if you're getting better. Seems like there's been stuff going around. I'm talking like 100. Cheers, buddy. I'm getting ready to do that. OG's here. I think Jim's in the background. Judas is in the background, though. You haven't met my... I don't know if you've met Shelly. She's a lovely lady. Met her through music channels. And then Jan, and I've known through other communities. We've known each other 3 years. Yeah, I've known some of my friends for like 5 or 6, but I didn't really have pages or content. And that's when I had it under my real name, Dodo. I didn't know it was going to do that. But I seen you went to Jim's. He changed his name though. When I referred him out in Thailand, he said, so beautiful. Shelly oozes positivity and love. Dagnabbit, I just lost something out of this thing in my hand. It's because I shake. I'm glad you're feeling better, Shelly. Yep, I show less cooking and more peas. And not peas or peas. Well, mine may be the last one. Less cooking and more peas. I tried to, but I don't know what it is. If it's my meds, I'm just getting a little grouchy. I don't know what. Anyway, you don't need to tell. It was a very good day. I can't wait to upload some, Jim, because you didn't know that I got to go to water. And I'm going to go back sometime soon. Here comes Ninja. I'm going to go back sometime. I was going to put my feet in the water, but then I thought maybe I shouldn't, even though it goes in this creek and feeds into our water. But I took some, I uploaded one from where the sign is, where you go in, and then I took somewhere I'm walking down to part of it. There's a funny one I'll have to show you guys. Okay, I'll just tell you guys. Oh, you got a little tater chip cut under my tongue. Better now. Oh, that sounds like it would hurt. But that also doesn't sound like that'd be a common thing. Sue the Tater Company. Can I raise my voice? I'm not used to. Okay, maybe I should sit. You have a fever right now of 102? Oh, Shelley. What are you supposed to do? Starve or cold? Oh, last week. Shoot, you've got a temperature like the Arizona desert. How's that, G? I don't know why I can't see where people are. No, I'm not going to let you see my face. Sorry. I know, sounds a little suspicious. You didn't know I got hacked. I can't see the channel. Only takes 30 seconds to crown your voice, too. I don't like when people ask that right away. I guess I'm sensitive about it, but... Is it? Judas, you don't even get to hear a story tonight. I need to start doing them in clips and save them. Good night. I hope you sleep. Well, you will sleep. I won't say well, because I know you don't always sleep. But, I can't see where from. Well, Jan, sometime I'll give you my email address or something that I started. And if you ever want to email me, you'd be one person that I'd give my phone number to. Also started it. It doesn't matter what you think. Just your words right there show me. Just your words right there, G. Show me that you have judgment. You have judgment on me, just not showing my face. I could be beautiful. That'd be a judgment. If I'm ugly, that's a judgment. Right? Why? Let me ask you a question, G. Then why do you come to a stream where I'm not showing my face? I know, you can. Go ahead if you'd like to. I try to, not worry about trolls too much, but I have had some people spam me or say as long as they're not, but I mean, some of the conversations, but yeah, right now I'm giving it back to them, but you can, go ahead. That's why you guys have wrenches. I just wonder why somebody would come to a chat where I'm not showing my face if I'm not showing it. Thank you, guys. Ooh, look. I must be getting popular. I'm getting trolls. Oh, JN. Oh, she must have translated. Or are you speaking in Ukrainian? I can't. Look at that. Prop. Sure, OGs. Oh, look. OG, you get to come. We usually don't. Hello, OG Chan. Is no new content. Yeah. OJ is good friends with a couple of other good friends. And Judas, I checked Gia, yeah, 420. I can't remember if I've looked at your channel, OJ. He probably won't like if I read spooky stories. That's very smart, OG. In fact, I'm too open about stuff, and I'm trying to get smarter about just, I don't know. I haven't released all my lives. I'm going to have a separate channel that we could be. Eric, that kitten, actually, she's feral. I don't know exactly. She showed up last year and had what I think was her first litter. So I would say one, I'd say probably two, but I do not know. What'd you say? What did Judas say? Oh, because he did too. I know. Awesome, guys. Shelly's a mod at a lot of channels. Like, not where everybody's mod. I have met you a few times. Yeah, she's in the music community. That's how I met Shelly. See, isn't she wonderful? My sister. Huh, Shelly? Judas, is that Spicy Pickles or is that the one that you're gonna name? Oh no, that's Pickles. Spicy Pickles. I picked, yeah, it was just gonna be community named Pickles, but you've been hissing at me, and today I picked you up, and what did you do? You hissed it. You didn't bite me at all, but, what, you afraid I'm gonna pick you up again? Here comes Daphne. Yes, Shelly's lovely. Jan's really lovely. I have a lot of lovely friends. Read, damn it. Okay, I told him goodbye in Ukrainian. I knew you were talking about in Ukrainian. Spicy Pickles is a good one. Yeah, because she hisses. Okay, I am going to read. I need to put a flashlight somewhere. Read, damn it. Let me put my chair somewhere. Damn it. I thought you were going to sleep already. Okay, I need to start my stream at 10:30 while you're still going, Jude. I was walking away. I need to start my stream at 10:30, Judas, while you're still going, so that I can type and talk to everybody. And then by the time I'm ready to read, but actually, do you know what? Jan's a lovely, good friend, and this is the first time I've seen her in months. Months. 3 or 4 months. Just like how I kind of disappeared lately. I gotta walk over that way to get my stuff. I'm gonna start reading. Just one minute. I think it's my drink. I always have stuff all over. I took so much stuff to the, I'm talking and you guys can't hear me. I need to do a review. I got those microphones where you can plug them in, or, well, one kind you can plug into the bottom. The other kind have a microphone. I just always talk so low at night. And the other night, John Freeman was here, and some of them were just like, yeah, louder. Okay, I'll quit talking. So Judas can go to sleep. He's probably already going to be asleep. I should be looking a different way, but this way I won't have to do. Dumplings. Okay, so I don't know what to show because it's scary, but we'll just leave it like that. Okay, I'm going to let you guys talk. I'm not going to pay attention to chat. I'm going to see if I can read here without the... Okay, so the first story we're going to read, I'm going to read The Life You Save May Be Your Own by Flannery O'Connor. The old woman and her daughter were sitting on their porch when Mr. Shiflett came up their road for the first time. The old woman slid to the edge of her chair and leaned forward, shading her eyes from the piercing sunset with her hand. The daughter could not see far in front of her and continued to play with her fingers. Although the old woman lived in this desolate spot with her only daughter, and she had never seen Mr. Shiflett before, she could tell even from a distance that he was a tramp, and no one to be afraid of. His left coat sleeve was folded up to show there was only half an arm in it, and his gaunt figure listed slightly to the side, as if the breeze were pushing him. He had on a black town suit and a brown felt hat that was turned up in the front and down in the back, and he carried a tin toolbox with a handle. He came on at an amble, up her road, his face turned toward the sun, which appeared to be balancing itself on the peak of a small mountain. The old woman didn't change her position until he was almost into her yard. Then she rose, with one hand fisted on her hip. The daughter, a large girl in a short blue organdy dress, saw them all at once and jumped up and began to stomp and point and make excited, speechless sounds. Mr. Shiflet stopped just inside the yard, set his box on the ground and tipped his hat at her, as if she were not in the least afflicted. Then he turned toward the old woman and swung the hat all the way off. He had long, black, slick hair that flung flat from the part in the middle to beyond the tips of his ears on either side. His face descended in forehead for more than half its length and ended suddenly with his features just balanced over a jutting steel-trap jaw. He seemed to be a young man, but he had the look of a composed dissatisfaction, as if he understood life thoroughly. "Good evening," the old woman said. She was about the size of a cedar fence post, and she had a man's gray hat pulled down low over her head. The tramp stood looking at her and didn't answer. He turned his back and faced the sunset. He swung both his whole and his short arm up slowly so that they indicated an expanse of sky, and his figure formed a crooked cross. I'm trying to see. Where am I at? The old woman watched him with her arms folded across her chest, as if she were the owner of the sun, and the daughter watched, her head thrust forward and her fat, helpless hands hanging at her wrists. She had long, pink gold hair, and her eyes as blue as a peacock's neck. He held the pose for almost 50 seconds, and then he picked up his box and came onto the porch and dropped down on the bottom step. "Lady," he said in a firm, nasal voice, "I'd give a fortune to live where I could see me a son do that every evening." "Does it every evening," the old woman said, and sat back down. The daughter sat down too and watched him with a cautious, sly look, as if he were a bird that came up very close. He leaned to one side, rooting in his pants pocket, and in a second he brought out a package of chewing gum and offered her a piece. She took it and peeled it and began to chew it without taking her eyes off him. He offered the old woman a piece, but she only raised her upper lip to indicate she had no teeth. Mr. Shiflet's pale, sharp glance had already passed over everything in the yard, the pump near the corner of the house, and the big fig tree that 3 or 4 chickens were preparing to roost in, and had moved to the shed where he saw the square, rusted back end of an automobile. "You ladies drive?" he asked. "That car ain't run in 15 a year," the woman said. "The day my husband died, it quit running." "Nothing is like it used to be, lady," he said. "The world is almost rotten." "That's right," the old woman said. "You from around here?" "Named Tom T. Shiflet," he murmured, looking at the tires. "I'm pleased to meet you," the old woman said. "Name Lucy Nell Crater, and my daughter Lucy Nell Crater. What you doing around here, Mr. Shiflet?" He judged the car to be about a 1928 or 1929 Ford. "Lady," he said, and turned and gave her his full attention. "I'm not paying attention. Let me tell you something. There's one of these doctors in Atlanta that's taken a knife and cut out the human heart. The human heart," he repeated, leaning forward. out of a man's chest and held it in his hand. And he held his hand out palm up, as if it were slightly weighed with his human heart, and studied it like it was a day-old chicken. And lady, he said, allowing a long, significant pause, in which his head slid forward and his clay-colored eyes brightened. He doesn't know no more about it than you and me. That's right, the old woman said. Anyway, hello everybody. I had a request to read in normal voices and not try to make up voices because I can't be consistent. Anyway, hi everybody. Now that I ruined the story, I can't get through one with. Why, if he was to take that knife and cut it into every corner of it, because these are actually scary, he still wouldn't know no more than you or me. What you want to bet? Nothing, the old woman said wisely. Where you come from, Mr. Shiflet? He didn't answer. He reached into his pocket and brought out a sack of tobacco and a package of cigarette papers and rolled himself a cigarette or something else. Okay, I'll read that over. He didn't answer. He reached into his pocket and brought out a sack of tobacco and a package of cigarette papers and rolled himself a cigarette expertly with one hand and attached it in a hanging position to his upper lip. Then he took a box of wooden matches from his pocket and struck one on his shoe. He held the burning match as if he were studying the mystery of flame, where it traveled dangerously toward his skin. The daughter began to make loud noises and to point to his hand and shake her finger at him. But when the flame was just about touching him, he leaned down with his hand cupped over it, as if he were going to set fire to his nose, and lit the cigarette. He flipped away the dead match and blew a stream of gray into the evening. A sly look came over his face. Lady, he said, nowadays people do anything anyways. I can tell you, ma'am. My name is Tom T. Schiffel, and I came from Tarwater, Tennessee. But you never have seen me before. How you know I ain't lying? How you know my name ain't Aaron Sparks, lady? And I came from Singleberry, Georgia. Or Dingleberry, Georgia. No, I'm only kidding. Sorry. Sorry. I dropped something. Or how you know it's not George Speeds and I come from Lucy, Alabama. Or how you know I ain't Thomas and Bright from Tula Falls, Mississippi. I don't know nothing about you, the old woman murmured, irked. Lady, he said, people don't care how they lie. Maybe the best I can tell you is, I'm a man. Best listen, lady, he said and paused, and made his tone more ominous still. What is a man? The old woman began to gum a seed. What you carry that in that tin box, Mr. Shiflet? She asked. Tools, he said. Put back. I'm a carpenter. Well, if you came out here to work, I'll be able to feed you and give you a place to sleep, but I can't pay. I'll tell you that before you begin, she said. There was no answer at once and no particular expression on his face. He leaned back against the 2x4 that helped support the porch roof. Lady, he said slowly, there's some men that some things mean more to them than money. The old woman rocked without comment, and her daughter watched the trigger that moved up and down on his neck. He told the old woman then that almost all people were interested in was money. But he asked what a man was made for. He asked her if a man was made for money or what. He asked her what she thought she was made for, but she didn't answer. She only sat rocking and wondered if a one-armed man could put a new roof on her garden house. He asked a lot of questions that She didn't answer. He told her that he was 28 years old and he had lived a varied life. I'm going to move it this way. Might be able to. Where am I at? He had been a gospel singer, a foreman on the railroad, an assistant in an undertaking parlor. He had come over the radio for 3 months with Uncle Roy and his Red Creek Wranglers. He said he had fought and bled in the armed service of his country and visited every foreign land, that everywhere he had seen people that didn't care if they did a thing one way or another. He said he hadn't been raised that way. A fat yellow moon appeared in the branches of the fig tree, as if it were going to roost there with the chickens. He said that a man had to escape to the country to see the world whole, and that he wished he lived in a desolate place like this, where you could see the sun go down every evening like God made it to do. "Are you married or are you single?" the old woman asked. There was a long silence. "Lady," he asked finally, "where would you find you an innocent woman today? I wouldn't have any of this trash I could just pick up." The daughter was leaning very far down, hanging her head almost between her knees, watching them through a triangular door she had made in her overturned hair, and she suddenly fell in a heap on the floor and began to whimper. Mr. Shiflett straightened her out and helped her get back in the chair. "Is this your baby girl?" he asked. "My only," the old woman said, "and she's the sweetest girl in the world. I would never give her up for nothing on her. She's smart, too. She can sweep the floor, cook, wash, feed the chickens, and hoe. Wow. I wouldn't give her up for a casket of jewels." "No," he said kindly. "Don't ever let any man take her away from you." "Any man come after her," the old woman said, I'll have to stay around the place. Mr. Shiflett's eye in the darkness was focused on a part of the automobile bumper that glinted in the distance. "Lady," he said, jerking his short arm around as if he could point with it to her house and yard and pump, "there ain't a broken thing on this plantation that I couldn't fix for you, one arm, jackleg or not. I'm a man," he said with a sullen dignity. "Even if I ain't a whole one, I got," he said, tapping his knuckles on the floor to emphasize the immensity of what he was going to say, "a moral intelligence," and his face pierced out of the darkness into a shaft of doorlight, and he stared at her as if he were astonished himself at this impossible truth. The old woman was not impressed with the phrase. "I told you you could hang around and work for food," she said, "if you don't mind sleeping in that car yonder." "Why, listen, lady," he said with a grin of delight. "The monks of old slept in their coffins." "They wasn't as advanced as we are," the old woman said. The next morning he began on the roof of the garden house, while Lucinelle, the daughter, sat on a rock and watched him work. How long is this story? I'll keep going. I need a puff. How long do I still have? I still have like 6 pages. He had not been around a week before the change he had made in the place was apparent. He had patched the front and back steps, built a new hog pen, restored the fence, and taught Lucinelle, who was completely deaf and had never said a word in her life, to say the word bird. The big, rosy-faced girl followed him everywhere, saying, "Bert, Bert, Bert," and clapping her hands. The old woman watched from a distance, secretly pleased. She was ravenous for her son-in-law. Mr. Shiflett slept on the hard, narrow back seat of the car, with his feet outside of the side window. He had his razor and a can of water on a crate that served him as a bedside table, and he put up a piece of mirror against the back glass and kept his coat nearly on a hanger that he hung over one of the windows. In the evenings, he sat on the steps and talked while the old woman and Lucy Nell rocked violently in their chairs on either side of him. The old woman's 3 mountains were black against the dark blue sky and were visited off and on by various planets and by the moon after it had left the chickens. Mr. Shiflett pointed out that the reason he had improved this plantation was because he had taken a personal interest in it. He said he was even going to make the automobile run. He had raised the hood and studied the mechanism, and he said he could tell that the car had been built in the days when cars were really built. You take now, he said. One man puts in one bolt, and another man puts in another bolt, and another man puts in another bolt, so that it's a man for a bolt. That's why you have to pay so much for a car. You're paying all those men. Now, if you didn't have to pay but one man, you could get a cheaper car, and one that had a personal interest taken in it, and it would be a better car. The old woman agreed with him that this was so. Mr. Shiflett said that the trouble with the world was that nobody cared, or stopped, or took any trouble. He said he never would have been able to teach Lucy Nell to say a word if he hadn't cared and stopped long enough. Teach her to say something else, the old woman said. What do you want her to say next? Mr. Shiflett asked. The old woman's smile was broad and toothless and suggestive. Teach her to say, sugar pie, she said. Mr. Shiflett already knew what was on her mind. The next day, he began to tinker with the automobile, and that evening he told her that if she would buy a fan belt, he would be able to make the car run. The old woman said she would give him the money. You see that girl yonder? She asked, pointing to Lucy Nell, who was sitting on the floor a foot away, watching him, with her eyes blue even in the dark. If it was ever a man wanted to take her away, I would say, no man on earth is ever going to take away that sweet girl of mine from me. But if he was to say, lady, I don't want to take her away. I want her right here. I would say, mister, I don't blame you none. I wouldn't pass up a chance to live in a permanent place and get the sweetest girl in the world myself. You ain't no fool, I would say. How old is she, Mr. Shiflett asked casually. 15 or 16, the old woman said. The girl was nearly 30, but because of her innocence... Sorry. Maybe they're talking about me. Sorry. Okay, can I make it without smoking or drinking? Probably. Maybe not. I need one of the short stories. The girl was nearly 30, but because of her innocence, it was impossible to guess. So, I'm gonna take a break from it. Okay, it's an intermission, an early intermission. I had a piece of paper. Okay, smoke break, drink break, water break, pee break, whatever you need. All of the above, munchie break. A break for me. Are you the only one talking, Cinnamon? Others. You're gonna smoke? cigarette on. Okay. I gotta find my stuff. Judas is probably sleeping. Wally may be in the background sleeping. I have another girl from California that JN may know. If JN's still here, that may be sleeping. I see Shelly still here and Simon's still here. Looks like Kitty Hugs maybe still. No. Maybe Richie. I don't know. All my lovely friends. Remember, I haven't been streaming and everybody was worried. And then I didn't stream last night. Okay, I can't read all that. Mr. Shiflet. Why do you think his name is Mr. Shiflet? I should have it darker. Oh, she's teasing you with dessert ideas. Ah. Good thing I'm not reading. Then see, I only have one dessert in my mind at the moment. See, I think I need to sit more in the dark and read ones. In fact, I was thinking, Eve, I still have quite a few scary stories to read all through September and October. But I could also go to the little local library and take a little video and some pictures at the little one and maybe look for some more books. Judas wants even scarier than I think the ones that I bought, that creepy one. I haven't rented out of the vintage one. I'm going to have to practice my Latin or just totally make up the names. Okay, I gotta do this. Cheers, everybody. So glad you all came out for Sue's story hour. Not very many trains. Only that one so far. Although it is very early. The fog is rolling in. Did you see it? Did you see the fog? I hope you guys can hear me. Everybody always says I whisper, which I do kind of. Usually I'm not sitting right by the phone. I'm getting a lobster hand. I know I took it. 16, yes. Okay, so, did I thought I brought water out here. I can't use my one hand. I know, stop complaining, right? Are you sleeping, Judas? You're not. Okay, so what did we have? When he asked her how old is she, 15 or 16? Okay. How old is she? Mr. Shiflet asked casually. 15 or 16, the old woman said. The girl was nearly 30, but because of her innocence, it was impossible to guess. It would be a good idea to paint it to you, Mr. Shiflet remarked. You don't want it to rust out. We'll see about that later, the old woman said. The next day he walked into town and returned with the parts he needed and a can of gasoline. Later in the afternoon, terrible noises issued from the shed, and the old woman rushed out of the house, thinking Lucy Neal was somewhere having a fit. Lucy Neal was sitting on a chicken crate, stamping her feet and screaming, Bert! Bert! And her fuss was drowned out by the car. With a volley of blast, it emerged from the shed, moving in a fierce and stately way. Mr. Shiflet was in the driver's seat, sitting very erect. He had an expression of serious modesty on his face, as if he had just raised the dead. That night, rocking on the porch, the old woman began her business at once. You want you an innocent woman, don't you? She asked sympathetically. You don't want none of this trash. "No, I don't," Mr. Shiflet said. "One that can't talk," she continued. "Can't sass you back or use foul language. That's the kind for you to have, right there." And she pointed to Lucy Nell sitting cross-legged in her chair, holding both feet in her hands. "That's right," he admitted. "She wouldn't give me any trouble." "Saturday," the old woman said, "you and her and me can drive into town and get married." Mr. Shiflet eased his position on the steps. "I can't get married right now," he said. "Everything you want to do takes money, and I ain't got any." "What you need with money?" she asked. "It takes money," he said. "Some people do anything anyhow these days. But the way I think, I wouldn't marry no woman that I couldn't take on a trip like she was somebody. I mean, take her to a hotel and treat her. I wouldn't marry the Duchess Windsor," he said firmly, "unless I could take her to a hotel and give her something good to eat. I was raised that way, and there ain't a thing I can do about it. My old mother taught me how to do." "Lucy Nell don't even know what a hotel is," the old woman muttered. "Listen here, Mr. Shiflet," she said, shifting forward in a chair. You'd, you'd be getting a permanent house and a deep well and the most innocent girl in the world. You don't need no money. Let me tell you something. There ain't no place in the world for a poor, disabled, friendless, drifting man." The ugly words settled in Mr. Shiflet's head like a group of buzzards in the top of a tree. He didn't answer at once. He rolled himself a cigarette and lit it. And then he said in an even voice, "Lady, a man is divided into two parts, body and spirit." The old woman clamped her gums together. "A body and spirit," he repeated. "The body, lady, is like a house. It don't go anywhere. But the spirit, lady, is like an automobile, always on the move, always." "Listen, Mr. Shiflet," she said. "My well never goes dry, and my house is always warm in the winter, and there's no mortgage on a thing about this place. You can go to the courthouse and see for yourself. And yonder under that shed is a fine automobile." She laid the bait carefully. "You can have it, painted by Saturday. I'll pay for the paint." In the darkness, Mr. Shiflet's smile stretched like a weary snake waking up by a fire. After a second, he recalled himself and said, "I'm only saying a man's spirit means more to him than anything else. I would have to take my wife off for the weekend without no regards at all for cost. I got to follow where my spirit says to go." "I'll give you $15 for a weekend trip," the old woman said in a crabbed voice. "That's the best I can do." "That wouldn't hardly pay for more than the gas and the hotel," he said. "It wouldn't feed her." $17.50, the old woman said. "That's all I got, so it isn't any use you trying to milk me. You can't take a lunch." Mr. Shiflet was deeply hurt by the word milk. He didn't doubt that she was more merely sewed up in her mattress, but he had already told her he was not interested in her money. "I'll make that do," he said, and rose and walked off without treating her with her further. On Saturday, the three of them drove into town in the car that the painted had barely dried on, and Mr. Shiflet and Lucy Nell were married in the ordinary's office while the old woman witnessed. As they came out of the courthouse, Mr. Shiflet began twisting his neck in his collar. He looked morose and bitter, as if he had been insulted while someone held him. "That didn't satisfy me none," he said. That was just something a woman in an office did. Nothing but paperwork and blood tests. What do they know about my blood? If they take it, if they was to take my heart and cut it out, he said, they wouldn't know a thing about me. It didn't satisfy me at all. It satisfied the law, the old woman said sharply. The law, Mr. Shiflett said and spit. It's the law that don't satisfy me. He had painted the car dark green with a yellow band around it just under the windows. The three of them climbed in front seat, and the old woman said, Don't Lucy Nell look pretty? Looks like a baby doll. Lucy Nell was dressed up in a white dress that her mother had uprooted from a trunk, and there was a Panama hat on her head with a bunch of red wooden cherries on the brim. Every now and then, her placid expression was changed by a sly, isolated little thought, like a shot of green in the desert. You got a prize, the old woman said. Mr. Shiflett didn't even look at her. How we all doing? You guys still listening? Anybody still listening? Sorry, my fingers. Only got 2.5 pages left. This is literature, but it's still, if you read it, it's good against evil, kind of, or whatever. I'll get my creepy one out, get that one back out. They drove back to the house to let the old woman off and pick up their lunch. When they were ready to leave, she stood staring in the window of the car with her fingers clutched around the glass. Tears began to seep sideways out of her eyes and run along the dirty creases in her face. I ain't ever been parted with her for 2 days before, she said. Mr. Shiflett started the motor. I wouldn't let no man have her but you, because I seen you would do right. Goodbye, sugar baby, she said, clutching at the sleeve of the white dress. Lucy Nell looked straight at her and didn't seem to see her there at all. Mr. Shiflett eased the car forward so that she had to move her hands. The early afternoon was clear and open and surrounded by pale blue sky. Although the car would go only 30 miles an hour, Mr. Shiflett imagined a terrific climb and dip and swerve that went entirely to his head, so that he forgot about his morning bitterness. He had always wanted an automobile, but he had never been able to afford one before. He drove very fast because he wanted to make Mobile by nightfall. Occasionally he stopped his thoughts long enough to look at Lucy Nell in the seat beside him. She had eaten the lunch as soon as they were out of the yard, and now she was pulling the cherries off the hat, one by one, and throwing them out the window. He became depressed in spite of the car. He had driven about 100 miles when he decided that she must be hungry again, and at the next small town they came to, he stopped in front of an aluminum-painted eating place called The Hot Spot, and took her in and ordered her a plate of ham and grits. The ride had made her sleepy, and as soon as she got up on the stool, she rested her head on the counter and shut her eyes. There was no one in the hot spot but Mr. Shiflett and the boy behind the counter, the pale youth with a greasy rag hung over his shoulder. Before he could dish up the food, she was snoring gently. Give it to her when she wakes up, Mr. Shiflett said. I'll pay you for it now. The boy bent over her and stared at the long pink gold hair and the half-shut, sleeping eyes. Then he looked up and stared at Mr. Shiflett. She looks like an angel of God, he murmured. Hitchhiker, Mr. Shiflett explained. I can't wait. I gotta make it to Tuscaloosa. The boy bent over again and very carefully touched his finger to a strand of the golden hair, and Mr. Shiflett left. He was more depressed than ever as he drove on by himself. The late afternoon had grown hot and sultry, and the country had flattened out. Deep in the sky, a storm was preparing very slowly and without thunder, as if it meant to drain every drop of air from the earth before it broke. There were times when Mr. Shiflet preferred not to be alone. He felt, too, that a man with a car had a responsibility to others, and kept his eye out for a hitchhiker. Occasionally he saw a sign that warned, "Drive carefully, the life you save may be your own." The narrow road dropped off on either side into dry fields, and here and there a shack or filling station stood in a clearing. The sun began to set directly in front of the automobile. It was a reddened ball that through his windshield was slightly flat on the bottom and top. He saw a boy in overalls and a gray hat standing on the edge of the road, and he slowed the car down and stopped in front of him. The boy didn't have his hand raised to thumb a ride. He was only standing there, but he had a small cardboard suitcase and had his hat and was set on his head in a way to indicate that he had left somewhere for good. "Son," Mr. Shiflet said, "I see you want a ride." The boy didn't say he did or he didn't, but he opened the door of the car and got in. Mr. Shiflet started to drive again. The child held the suitcase on his lap, folded his arms on top of it. He turned his head and looked out the window away from Mr. Shiflet. Mr. Shiflet felt oppressed. "Son," he said after a minute, "I got the best old mother in the world, so I reckon you only got the second best." The boy gave him a quick, dark glance, and then he turned his face back out the window. "It's nothing so sweet," Mr. Shiflet continued, "as the boy's mother. She taught him his first prayers at her knee. She gave him love when no other would. She told him what was right and what wasn't, and she had seen that he'd done the right thing. 'Son,' he said, 'I never rued a day in my life like the one I rued when I left that old mother of mine.'" The boy shifted in his seat, but he didn't look at Mr. Shiflet. He unfolded his arms and put one hand on the door handle. "My mother was an angel of God," Mr. Shiflet said in a very strained voice. "He took her from heaven and gave her to me, and I left her." His eyes were intensely clouded over with a mist of tears. The car was barely moving. The boy turned angrily in the seat. "You go to the devil," he cried. "My old woman is a flea bag, and yours a stinky pull car." And with that, he flung the door open and jumped out with his suitcase into the ditch. Mr. Shiflet was so shocked that for about 100 feet he drove along slowly with the door still open. A cloud of exact color of the boy's hat had shaped like a turnip had ascended over the sun, and another, worse-looking, crouched behind the car. Mr. Shiflet felt that the rottenness of the world was about to engulf him. He raised his arm and let it fall again to his breast. "Oh Lord," he prayed, "break forth and wash away the slime from this earth." The turnip continued slowly to descend. After a few minutes, there was a gauntling peal of thunder from behind, and fantastic raindrops, like tin can tops, crashed over the rear of Mr. Shiflet's car. Very quickly, he stepped on the gas, with his stump sticking out of the window as he raced the galloping shower into Mobile. That's the rest of the story. So I have no idea what's going. I'll get us the spooky ones. They're shorter, they're better. Maybe that's too much literature. This is from the complete stories of Flannery O'Connor, considering I have epilepsy and it's in my comprehension and language and emotion and skills. That's because I want to do different voices and crack up and read. But I thought I have all my books packed away except for my horticulture and like medicine books, medicine making books and stuff like that. I have so many packed away if somebody's a reader. So a few years ago without medicine, sometimes I would have to read a page over and over and over to hardly comprehend it. But I did remember that story from a long time ago. There's some of others these, but see, Flannery O'Connor sounds like an Irish name, and it is. Flannery O'Connor was born in Savannah, Georgia in 1925, a devout Catholic. She lived most of her life on a farm in Milledgeville, Georgia, where she raised peacocks and wrote. She was the author of 2 novels, Wise Blood and The Violent Bear It Away, 31 short novels, and numerous essays and reviews. She died at the age of 39. America lost one of its most gifted writers at the height of her powers. So her stories have to do with kind of like religion in a way and good and evil. Like that was the good and the innocence of the old woman and her daughter. Like if you were taking literature class. Anyway, so I guess it wasn't really scary, but that's what her stories that I guess at that time in my life, I had a psycho boyfriend. Like, he would have been much worse than that, but great speaker, and yeah, impressive. Don't give me I'm not used to it, especially. The only time, maybe, I think the only time I was comfortable, I did have to do a presentation. I did have to do, well, I did sell, I guess. Waitress, bartender, cooking, contract negotiating, have businesses, selling product, teaching at bases. So I guess I had to talk, but I didn't like to talk. Although I talk all the time. Maybe I just want to freelance. There's all my water. Look at on the ramp over there on the edge. 2 half bottles of water and a Maxwell House coffee container from that had cat food in it. My hands are crampy. Anyway, so it's not really a scary story, but I guess symbolic of good and evil. And with her, like Catholicism, some of the stories, maybe she saw even some hypocrisy or something, or just things like that. Like I said, good and evil. No worries, slips are fine. Of course it is, it's mine. Lock to tuck, No, I don't, I'm very shy. I talk more than this, blah, 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 blah. Okay, now it's time for me to go get some water. Probably scary. I could do the next one that I said I was going to do called, what was it called? I lost my place. Good punk country people. It was called something, I don't remember. The Doors, the Circle of Fire. Oh, the River was the next one. I don't remember how long that is. It was shorter than that one. I'll go get those other scary ones. Although I didn't think, the spooky campfire ones, but I didn't think they were particularly spooky. Did I miss anybody besides Judas being coming in before and OG and Shelley? Oh, and Dan. Was it Gary? Was it Gary Hopes that was in here, Shelley? I think it was Gary. I'm sorry that I didn't take breaks, but I was trying to stay focused. Gunshots. Oh, did you hear them? Am I allowed to say it? It doesn't matter. That's probably what I think only one train, and that was when JN came in, if she's still in. I don't know. Now I'm getting stabbed in the eye. That means I'm going to have a seizure, guys. Like, just a small one. Yeah. Um, what was it like 2 nights ago? Like 10? Yeah. You too. Thanks, Shelley. Leave any time. Don't, you know what? If I'm blabbering and stuff, I could just keep taking breaks, but I thought, and I normally do. Most stories are. It's good whenever I see your name here or wherever. Bye, lovely. I hope you get better and better every day. See you around. Hopefully I saw a couple of music streams this week, but last night I went to bed early, I think. Okay, so what's the vote? Quiet. It's hard to see a lot of cats. Go put it over in the dark more. I don't think I still have a flashlight on, do I? I do. I could have had it even darker. Look at how it, and I'm, the further you are away and the closer. I don't like that it casts shadows. Depending upon how close you are, far away, bigger or smaller. I should learn how to, I can't use that arm right now. I don't really need to talk about it. Doesn't feel like yesterday. Oh, people left. The story time's over. I could put it in the dark. Go get a different one. Did I miss anybody else? Come out, wherever you are. Take my time for what? Oh, because of my arm? Oh, because I said I was getting stabbed in the eye. And everybody said I was having a seizure. People leave. No, Shelly had to leave. I know people have to leave, and I wasn't paying attention to people. But I'm glad there was other people here, so everybody could talk to each other. I don't like sitting in the shadow, though. I'm so close to it. It's going to make me look a lot big. Can you see? I mean, I look like a Godzilla or something. You guys will not believe where I'm going to want to go for a trip. I don't know if I should tell or not first. It was, I'm always seeing different places they're um, building or not. Ha 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 ha. Look at Chester. I'll go put it over there. Look at Chester. She's so cute. Yeah, no. Hey, I have two hands. I just, when I was holding the book and then like turning the pages and stuff, I'm gonna leave the legs down. Because if I talk, I can leave them down anyway. I could sing in. Oh, can you see Chester? Maybe you want a story. Do you want a story? What kind of story should I tell, Chester? I need to read a scarier one, maybe a vintage one tomorrow. Or I could read the one that I said I was going to. Hello, Robin. It is a cat. Yes, you do know Chester. Can you see her good? Should I put the, here, let me put the, let me go heat up my coffee. Is it better with the flash on or off? Because then I'll go get coffee. Go for ITV, your plan? Go for ITV. Okay. Whatever my plan was, I'm gonna go get some coffee. What are you doing there, meow meow? Exactly. Okay, I'm moving some stuff over this way. You're the only one typing. It's not funny. Wally's probably in the background. Benny's probably in the background. You probably going to bed soon, although you're on the West Coast. I wonder if I can see this far away. Excuse me, I burped on camera. That's terrible. It was from coffee. You're like, yeah, right. Ah, you just can't use that. Must need close space bar. What on but battery? Type of go for it. Well, I'm always. It could be. Chester. What kind of story should we read, Chester? I should probably stay out here. I won't let it go like 10 hours or nothing. Because I don't know if anybody heard it early. I don't know if you were here or some of the people that were listening. But I heard an owl. But it wasn't in one of these trees behind. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. Like I said, you can probably hear the bag like rumpling all over. Right? too late for nails. I need to do one during the day. I know what you mean. The V must be 9, the other one. I do that with, um, even on my zero. If I'm typing, I don't know which phone it is, but like 600, 600, it'll type 699. But there's one letter that I do that too with a lot. They switch, do predictive and spell check and say things, type things I don't want them to say. Although a lot of the mistakes are mine, but then they have ones they leave that are. So I thought maybe John would stop by. So I guess I'll read a story. I don't know. I don't know what to talk about. Hi, Benny, if you're in the background. Hi, Wally, if you're sleeping. Judas, if you're sleeping. She can't respond. What is that? What's the white going up by her? The what? Is that for my hand? Just the difference in the shadow? That's so weird. This story you like. Be good. Yeah, whichever one. I put these down. Well, I could do another Flannery O'Connor. But I think I'm going to read a spooky one. I should have read that earlier for Judas and for other. You said, because I was going to do the other one called The River out of Flannery O'Connor. That's kind of like the ones I just did, which was good versus evil, religious. Well, basically good versus evil. Right? So I'll probably need my flashlight on. Hello, everybody. So, sip of coffee, one more of that, and I'm going to read. I don't know if this is a haunting or ghost or which one, since they fall in different categories. Once I need my pain medicine, get my hand working to where I can hold that book. There you go, you hear it? There's people that are out shooting something. Heard somebody the other night talk about wanting to go up, but they weren't around here. On a stream wanting to, like, hunt squirrels or something. I used to have a neighbor that would go on some of the property, I guess, because he wanted to hunt squirrels. You missed that one? Yeah. So, quite a few times tonight, Meow Meow wants to get up there. Okay. So this is a spooky campfire tale. It's either a haunting, a strange happening, or a supernatural lore. Dismal Swamp. Oh no, I might not be able to get through of it, because here comes a train, Justin. So since the train's coming, I won't read yet. These are short ones. I don't know if you heard. So what are you doing? Like Hope Train, yep. So this is the second or third one. I think only second. Cheers, Willie. How are you doing? I will take a break with you. I was letting the train go by. I hope you're doing good. Was just about ready to read a story. I heard the train. What you up to, Willie? How's everything in your life? Allah, Caesar. Ah, you're copying me again. So many people are streaming from their phone. Well, I always stream from my phone. You're on. Oh, you got a new phone. Oh, so now you have two. That's right. Cause you. Did you even have a camera before? I mean, a computer. Cause didn't you get a new computer too? I haven't tried my laptop or a laptop. Oh, I see. You're live streaming on from your house, but you came in here to say hi. Is it? Not totally. Maybe I missed some. Well, that's good. You got a new car, new phone. Actually, the one that I'm streaming from was new, $40, and then $60 for a. That's cool. For the only reason I had four was because I break them and for filming. I still haven't found my blue one. You know how hard. Well, what I broke the one that's inside, and that was broken, waiting for a screen for what, 6 or 8 months? And then I dropped the one the night before Dexter died or something in a bowl of water. Like, I didn't stream yesterday, though. The day before. I didn't stream yesterday. I was going to. It was the night before, and everybody kind of had said they had missed me. So, Willie, you want a bedtime story? Are you going to listen to this for a while? Or, that may sound wrong, like my tone or whatever. I don't mean it like that. Some people like it quiet. I was going to read a story. I know um, I was reading kind of like good versus evil, but English and Catholic. Well, that must have been a Miller. No, I was going to read a creepy one. That one's across the street. Sounds close. That's got to be a moth, or it's on my other phone. Um, yeah, that one's close. It's just the hollow. Maybe, you know, I wonder if somebody's taken out down a bunch of trees that I don't know if to. I wonder if it's all these trees right here that have come down. Well, you guys wouldn't know, but wait till all the leaves come off of some of them, because there's really not very many evergreens around here. You'd have your pine trees. There's several different species that are native here. There's trees in the magnolia family, cucumber magnolia. They get these big leaves. I think, are those deciduous? Trying to remember if pine's the only evergreen here. I would think there'd be more than that. I'm here for after school detention. Oh, that means I have to babysit you? I've already had that. I shouldn't say that. Hello, Zach. How you doing? Then then you should have to write a paper or um, have to listen to endless babble with crickets and nonsense and who knows. I don't know how long I'll keep this one, but probably a while. I did hear an owl earlier. There's been owls hanging around for the last week or two, and I don't like that. I mean, I can't control it. I'm not going to try to control it, but I have been sleeping a lot more. I stepped out again. Hello, Curious Georgia. How you doing? How are you doing tonight? Sorry, my eyes are really itchy. I think I'm gonna have a cheers. What are you up to? I haven't seen you in a long time. I really hadn't been even streaming much, and sometimes I would, like if I felt good, then it seemed like almost a whole day. Like, but I guess not much in the last 2 weeks. And I also haven't been going to as many streams lately. Hi, kitty. My eyes are burning. Hope I didn't rub some of it on. Let me read the chat. Wash your hands and face and eyes if itchy. But, do you know what? I was trying to, guys, I have different things in different buckets. It looks like I combined, that sounds like I'm yelling. I combined broccoli with cat kibble. So who knows what I've been putting in this bowl. uh, Georgia, this is bedtime story. Oh no, it was supposed to be like, uh, oh, that's why I was doing English literature. See, I'll keep reading English literature. Willie said he's in school detention or something. School detention or regular detention? Fuck, my arm hurts. I shouldn't say that word. Broccoli, yeah. And you know what? Because I got two, like the blue Maxwell House, I think it is, coffee containers, where they kind of have a handle. Okay, I've actually got 3 out here. So one had some cat kibble in it. One had 2 phones of mine in it with, yes, broccoli and other stuff. And I think that I happened to put some extra in the one that had a few kids. So who knows what I've been sticking in here. Or dumping out. Maybe I dumped some on the cat's table. I shouldn't laugh. Oh, sorry, I don't want to scream. I can't use that hand. I have to use that hand. I have to have both hands. Don't mind me complaining. That smells like perfume. Does cat food smell like perfume if you light it on fire? Does anybody out there know? Shoot, I can't tell. I can't tell what I got here. For all I know, it could be a bug crawled in the container on the ground. Handiest containers. 100 sentences, Willie. Yeah. Yeah. Start right now, 100 sentences. What else could be? I was going to say, I could punish you by singing. You'd be the only one here listening. You could, and there's no way, you can't make an excuse like your internet goes out or something like that. Cheers, my friends. Chester, you're gonna give yourself a raw spot. So I hope you're doing good. So I missed most of the chat, of course, tonight. What handiest content? Handiest? Haven't tried. I won't do my homework. Well, you're gonna do your homework. Uh, you'd be surprised. And look at her licking all of herself all over. My hand really, it's kind of. Chester girl, leave your back alone. She'll sometimes in just one area. She always licks just one. She gets like an allergy, but only one spot every year. And it was all healed up. Chester. That's Chester girl. When she was younger, she had a lot more orange in her. Sorry. I did pretty good considering. I have to take breaks sometimes because oh fuck. So sorry. I was probably right by the camera right by the lens when I said that. I think I'm having like mini seizures, which aren't bad, but like I'm adjusting my medicines. It's kind of weird, but my right hand is deformed right now. Kind of slow. That looks like it's broken. It could be a bug bite. It could be poison ivy. Could be walking around and getting caught in a. There's other poisonous. There's plants that I touch. Well, it could be touch up against, rub up against, and what it'll be is if you're in the sun, you'll get like after that you get their sap on you or whatever, that you'll get like a dried up rash on you. She's the only one scratching. Like she's always on that rail right there. She's usually on the top of that 4x4 sometimes too. She'll lay even when it's downpour rains. Won't you, Chester? Huh? She wasn't looking when we... Oh, first laying up there. And then there's one over at the other area, but if I sit close enough... You just might fall off. Where are you going now? Where are you going? Oh, just gonna lick your paws? I hope you're doing good, Georgia. Tonic. I'm drinking coffee. Tonic. Take a break. I should just not say anything. I'm not bad. I'll just mute myself or whatever. Disappear if I have to, I guess. So I'm gonna turn the flash off if I'm not gonna look at her. I guess I will read another story. Maybe leave it like that. That looks better. Excuse me. No, it feels like that, Georgia. It's just strange. And it's like it swells up around some of the knuckles, and it just looks like um, I have dislocated and broken different bones in my hands. Your the top, you have a lot of bones on the top of in your hands. Ah, it's okay. I get ant bites, all kinds of stuff. I think it's related to my seizures too, like how a lot of people tense up or whatever after getting grand mal. Like think my body's like so it's tensing up. But anyway, it's good. Thank you. So how about should I sit closer? So since I can work on my comprehension skills, I guess I'll read one. And I wish I knew how to break that all up. Hmm. I think. Hold on, I popped myself out of my chair. Okay. I'm eating a chocolate banana milkshake. Oh, it's a good thing I don't watch you guys all the time when I'm doing stuff because, uh, I mean, it's a good thing because well, I know that I miss a lot. Okay, what was that? Oh, some of you may not know because if you were here the other night, you might have been sleeping or listening or already been gone. But actually, I saw at least one, if not two, possums scurry along behind me, going toward that other cat table. But they also dig for other plants and um, root for voles and stuff. The better, the one that got the little fly bites on my hand and they swell up, they're better. They're gone. They're kind of just like a regular ant bite, how they do that sting and you might get a bite. That one, I don't know. Maybe I'm allergic to that kind of fly. Little booger did more damage than a big one. I know. Doesn't that sound good, Georgia? Mmm. I don't know. Could be a different one. Yeah. See, not on camera. You can do lots of things if you're not on camera. In fact, that's what I'm going to do right now, something not on camera. And I think I will look. I will look in I hate, my fingers always bounce me out of my own uh, chat. And then I go to other people's, which is okay. I guess I'm getting them a little bit. Let me see what I have in this cat food bucket. 3 or 4 little pieces. I tell you what, was it yesterday? No, 2 days ago when I streamed. I don't know how many pieces I dropped on the ground. I was like, that's very wasteful. No, one of these is a piece of cat food. That'd be funny. That's kind of funny. I don't need. What you doing, Chester girl? Oh, did it again. The light does that. Excuse me. I'd like to. Do you know what? I'd like to get stuff to make a shake, to make milkshakes the next time I go. Banana chocolate sounds good. I might put the chunks in it. Kind of. I don't know. But then, bad thing is, oh, there'd be so much ice cream to eat. That's a good thing and a bad thing. Although maybe you didn't make yours. Mm-hmm. Yep. Excuse me. Now it's the cough hour. What I need you to do is drink some water over there. Siren. Oh no, cats? Listen, it's an owl. Can you probably can't hear it. Did you hear it? It's not real close. Could you hear it? Like button smash. Thanks, Will. Could you guys hear it? You could hear it? Water, ice also. I don't have ice. I do with basics and homeschool. I don't have a dishwasher. You might not have. Oh, you got your ears on. Thank you, Swill. I was reading. I can't remember if you're the one who wanted Animal Farm. I do. You could hear it, Cinnamon. See, that one, it's not real close. If I had Wi-Fi, sometimes I go, like out further by the creek. Oh, listen, geese. What? Oh, listen. That's close. Listen now. I've been staying outside because I didn't stay outside last night, but I don't want it to get any of these kitties. Did you hear how close that was? And did you hear the Canadian geese too? That one's close. I hope all those kittens, or young kittens, or even some of the small ones, never know. Uh, was that gunshots too? There goes more gunshots. Quite a few gunshots tonight. I hear dogs, but that owl came back closer. It's not too far. I mean, it's on the property. At first, those geese sounded like they were south of me, and coming north, which was weird. Oh, all kinds of sounds. I'm glad I'm up. Yeah, I'll have to talk louder so the owl doesn't. Wooder. Heard that? Yes. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, I need to be somewhere it's darker when I read scary stories. Then I can't see the darn book. Do you want me to go sit over by where I know. Ooh. You never know. Armadillo 2 nights ago. And owls. And then tonight, owls. I think raccoons are already here. Yeah, I haven't been streaming much lately at night, but a while back there was, I can't remember how many raccoons in one night. A couple nights there were a bunch of raccoons. I need to release some of them because, anyway, I just never release them. I'd rather look at them, plus I'd like to, uh, if I was on a computer, I'd edit out when I'm talking, and, have say, whatever. On vertical, the thing is, Willie, if you're doing vertical, you can only do 49-second highlights. You can't do 5-minute. I still hear geese. So, yeah, I'm going to get more I'm going to go get more coffee. Then I'm going to read a story. A short one. A spooky one. What are you doing, little kitty? I think it's geese, but yeah, that owl you could hear good. Oh, my knee. It's no wonder I lose stuff. Okay, so I got coffee. What are you doing, Andy? Why don't you come over here? Why don't you come over here? Yeah, I need to, I don't know if you guys saw that I had a short that was, like just a live short real quick. No, it was off of data, but still sometimes I don't get service. To see went, that I went to a little lake that's not far away, that I've never been to. So I gotta release a couple more, but I always have so much better quality from my camera than I do the other. So yeah, when you said broccoli, that's what I'm gonna do. Same for everyone. Never game hands. I can't see. It's better now around there. Hate it, say normal, but kind of scariest. Would you hear more while I was inside? Oh, you mean the shooting? Not like during a couple lives where you could hear like automatic. Like real close. It was worse when I had some other neighbors. Cause here's all kinds of different things during the middle of the night. Cheers. Coffee. So, anybody that's still typing. So, should I read a short spooky story, type 1, or continue with the Western I was reading, Louis L'Amour, type 2? I thought I'd see John tonight, but he may be busy. Well, he may be listening to you in bed. Dang my hand. I'm surprised you're not asleep by now. Oh, that's because you're eating. Chester walking the plank. Yeah. I have another one too, Glory, and she's always sitting up on one of the other ones. There used to be another boy, Freddie, that was, not Fred, Flip, that would lay up on him. Chester, it's no wonder if you're going to give yourself a raw spot. I guess she'd be like a picker, like a person that picks at themselves. What'd you get into? The other ones out there, you can, but some of them are laying down. I'm always getting ants and stuff. You never know. So did you guys pick? I'm not looking at my phone, my other phone. Well, you don't care. Oh, there goes another gunshot. Did you hear? You two probably wouldn't like that I'm saying that word. They'd probably very much frown upon it. Like, oh yeah, she can't say that word. Who knows, releasing the lies they might be like. Maybe you're listening. Else you just commented. I just got a comment from one of my friends. If he's listening, he won't see him now. If you're listening, Andrew, the real Vlad, real Vladimir Putin, what's his YouTube name? Andy is around here somewhere. Maybe on that table. I don't know if you watch my lives though. I know a few people are here. Anyway, blah 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 blah. Option two, heard that one, yeah. What were the options? One was, I left out the other one, was spooky stories, I think, and two was the Western. Is that right, Early? See, you'd like it because it was a TRVP, or that was, or I didn't put Flannery O'Connor. TRVP, travel pre, take, uh-oh, I heard something. What was it I heard? Okay, I'll read. From Louis L'Amour. The jacket was coming off. But that's why I need to find some shorter than like this one. It won't show. I'll have to... I read 2 chapters the other night. L'Amour, who's famous, very famous American author that short stories that writes Western tales. The Haunted Mesa. Oh, yeah. He left me a comment. So I need to post Andy so that he can see it. Okay. Now last month, John Freeman here, he told me to read in a normal voice. Like, don't do different voices. Because also, I probably can't stay consistent with different character voices. He was just here supporting. Well, not just that. Anyway. Okay. Chapter 3. Us. Was someone with him then? Mike had worried about that plural more than once since the letter arrived, and during his flight west. None of it made sense. Eric had always been a loner, attractive to women but seemingly not attracted by them. Mike Ragland turned the idea over in his mind while dressing. Then he made coffee and seated himself at a table where he could see both the glass doors and the front entrance. He put the 357 on the table in front of him. He was not expecting trouble, yet they had gone so far as to force an entry to his condo in the night. What might follow he did not know. He opened the daybook, and using his thumb as a marker, he sat back curiously, reluctant to delve into its contents. Matt had taken the country too much for granted. The obvious dangers and benefits tended to obscure much else, and most people had thought of the West in terms of fur, buffalo, gold, silver, cowboys, Indians, and cattle, rarely looking beyond the surface. The Indians the white men met were no more the original inhabitants of the country than were the Normans and Saxons were the original inhabitants of England. Other people had come and gone before, leaving only their shadows upon the land. Yet some had gone into limbo leaving not only physical artifacts but spiritual ones as well. Often encroaching tribes borrowed from those who preceded them, accepting their values as a way of maintaining harmony with the natural world. There were ancient mysteries, old gods who retired into the canyons to await new believers who would bring them to life once more. Who has walked the empty canyons of the lonely land above the timber and not felt himself watched? Watched by what? Ghosts from a nameless past? From what out of pit of horror and fear? The Indian had always known he was not alone. He knew there were others, things that observed. When a man looked quickly up, was it a movement he saw, or only his imagination? The terms we use for what is considered supernatural are woefully inadequate. Beyond some terms such as ghost, specter, poltergeist, angel, devil, or spirit, might there not be something more? Our purposeful blindness has prevented us from understanding. I'm going to stop for a minute because there's dogs, but I actually thought I heard some coyotes. I thought I heard some coyotes. Read it a tiny bit slower. Okay, I will. You're, you're actually lucky I looked at the page because I normally don't look at the page. Read it slower. Awfully bossy. No, I'm only kidding. Hey, brain, listen to Willie. He wants you to read slower. Now I forgot where I am. I should move this chair the other way because I'm sitting in it. My arm doesn't want to work. Where'd I leave off? Read slower. Let's see. Okay, I'll read that again. The terms, that's going to be weird reading slower. Look how fast I talk. You want me to read slower? Look how fast. The terms we use for what is considered supernatural are woefully inadequate. Beyond such terms as ghost, specter, poltergeist, angel, devil, or spirit, might there not be something more, or purposefully blindness has prevented us from understanding? We accept the fact that there may be other worlds out in space, but might not there be other worlds here? Other worlds in other dimensions, coexistent with this. If there are other worlds parallel to ours, are all the doors closed? Or does one here or there stand ajar? I can't read slow. Each year, our knowledge progresses. Each year, we push back the curtain of ignorance. But there remains so much to learn. Our theories are only dancing shadows against a hard wall of reality. How few answers do we possess? How many phenomenon are ignored because they do not fall into accepted categories? Ours is a world that has developed along materialistic, mechanistic lines. But might not there be other ways? Might not there be dozens of other ways, unknown and unguessed, because of the one we found that worked? Mike Ragland refilled his cup and put the dayback book on the table. He did not know the answers. He had seen things and heard things that made him wonder. In a lifetime devoted to expressing fraud and deception, investigating haunted houses, mediums, and cult religions, he had come upon a few things that left him uneasy. That man now, the one he had found in his condo, stealing his book. Who was he? Why did he want the daybook? Did he want it for himself? Or was he sent by someone to find it? Stop trading. Because I figured it's going to blow again. Maybe this one must not have anybody around the town. Or so far, hasn't done any special treating. No special treating. So, he's probably just doing it at the cross guard. I don't know what she means by that. Maybe they want to all get up and talk to me. My hand is cramped like scissors. I call it object. Can't do nothing about it. If I showed it to you, it looks like my bone's broken. that some of my bones are broken. I want a milkshake. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm getting a cramp in my stomach from the... Whoa. Whoa. Cheers. It's a song? Oh, that tells you how much I know. It's probably very popular too. Stuck in the woods too long, Georgia. So sorry for coughing, guys. I don't like to cough or sniffle, even if I wasn't on stream. But I guess your body's gonna do what it's gonna do. See, now that train did not make very much noise. It's still going, but he must not live around here or know anybody around here. Because the ones that do sometimes when they're going through certain areas, they'll just do different types of whistles. Instead of the standard whistle, like that, it's at the other end of town. But they do junction off. Okay, I'll go back to reading. Trying to read slow for Willie. If I can. I'm still kind of sitting uncomfortable. I need to quit complaining. It's my hands. I don't know where I was. Can't be right there. Oh, okay. If there are other worlds parallel to ours, are the doors closed? Or does one here or there stand ajar? Each year, our knowledge progresses. Each year, we push back the curtain of ignorance, but there remains so much to learn. Our theories are only dancing shadows against a hard wall of reality. How few answers do we possess? How many phenomena are ignored because they do not fall into accepted categories? Ours is a world that has developed along materialistic, mechanistic lines. But might there not be other ways? Might not there be dozens of other ways? Unknown and unguessed because of the one we found that worked. Mike Ragland refilled his cup and put the daybook on the table. He did not know the answers. He had seen and heard things that made him wonder. In a lifetime devoted to exposing fraud and deception, investigating haunted houses, mediums, and cult religions, he had come upon a few things that left him uneasy. That man now, the one he found in his condo, stealing his book. Who was he? Why did he want the daybook? Did he want it for himself? Or was he sent by someone to find it? Why Mike had the impression, he did not know, but he did believe the man was sent by others. He had obviously come to secure the daybook, and he might return. He agreed with the girl at the desk that there was something about him, his aura of strangeness. Yet he also had a look of a professional, a man who knew his job and how to go about it. Mike took up the book. It was an ordinary loose-leaf notebook with ruled pages, and Eric had written with a brush pen. The writing was thick, black, easily read. Landed on Mesa Top. It was certainly different, as we perceived from the air. The top of a rough oval, absolutely flat and tufted with short bunches of vegetation. Soil deep, but seems to have been badly leached. Along one side of edge of crags, yet the rocks themselves are smooth. The mesa falls off steeply on that side. On the other sides, it also falls steeply away. Oddly enough, seems to have been purposely ringed with slabs of rock. Most unusual. My impression, which may be mistaken, is that the mesa top may have been cultivated in the far distant past. Found 3 walls almost intact. Roofed them with plywood sheet. Will do nicely for sleeping in a construction shanty while building. A table for blueprints, a corner for tools, one room for camping undercover. View tremendous. San Juan River lies below. Across the river, a huge mesa rears its head. Must be nearly 10 miles long. Talus slope, and last 300 to 500 feet are sheer rock. That must be the one called No Man's Mesa. Probably for good reasons. Sunday, relaxed today. Scouted around, worked on the walls of my shelter. Remarkably well built. Mortar treated with substance to make it set harder. It is different from other cliff houses and pueblos, but styles vary, and the builders were learning as they worked. The house I had planned to build, doing most of the work myself, will consist of 10 rooms and a patio, all from native stone and built into the rocks that back up from the mesa at that point. The building may require a year or more. This is a dream house, the site chosen because it is one of the most remote in the country. Monday, awakened by fierce growling, Chief on his feet, teeth bared, every hair bristling, growling deep in his chest. Chief is unusually large, weighing 160 pounds. The Tibetan Mastiffs have been guard dogs for thousands of years, known to fight bears, tigers, or wild yak, to attack anything invading their premises. It was the middle of the night. I spoke sharply, but he continued to growl. Rising up from the army cot that was my bed, I saw a faint reddish glow emanating from the adjoining room. For a moment, I feared the place was afire, but the color was wrong. Catching up my pistol, I stepped into the next room, prepared for what I know not. I stopped, astonished. The red glow was coming from my blueprint. There, drawn into my plans, with a glowing red line, was another room, a round room, resembling a kiva of cliff dwellers. Let me just see you guys. Mike Raglan put down the book and stared out at the snow. The tracks of his recent visitor were still clearly marked in the snow between his condo and the highway, so that at least was no dream. So that at least was no dream. That doesn't sound right. His coffee was cold. He walked to the sink and emptied his cup, then ran it full of hot water to heat the cup again. He liked his coffee hot, and a warm cup kept it so longer. He refilled the cup with coffee and went back to his seat. No wonder Eric had sent for him. The trouble was that, for the time being at least, Mike Raglan had had enough of puzzles and mysteries. What he wanted now was peace and quiet, time to think, to study, to consider some of the things he had learned, or thought he had learned. He had been orphaned at 12 when his parents drove into a filling station during a holdup and were shot dead without any awareness of what was happening. The next 2 years he lived on a ranch, helping with the work, riding, and hunting. The family then broke up in a divorce, and for a year he worked as an assistant to a carnival magician working for the county fairs. Following that, he ran a shooting gallery at an amusement park. He had become a better than average shot while working on the ranch, but at the shooting gallery, he perfected his skills. Am I loud enough? I can't tell if I'm loud enough. When the season closed, he spent several months out of work. He was often hungry, and the few jobs he could find were hard labor. When spring came again, he returned to the carnival, operating the shooting gallery on his own. Twice, when the magician was too far gone in his cups, Mike had carried on with his show. The magician was a Lebanese, and from him Mike picked up a smattering of Arabic. At 16, he was doing a man's work and accepting a man's responsibilities. He gave his age as 24. Knowing the show offered no future, he made a point of making local contacts wherever they went. The result was a job that paid little more than room and board, with a small town daily paper and job printer. For the next 7 months, he swept floors, answered the telephone, delivered orders, and did whatever needed doing. In the meantime, he read. He haunted the public library, helped out occasionally in a second-hand bookstore, trying to get some of the education he had missed. By the end of the 3rd month, he was writing occasional pieces for the paper and selling a few ads. By the time of the 5th month, he received a small raise. His social life was almost non-existent. He talked to waitresses in cafes where he ate, with his boss or the tramp printer who worked the presses. I'm just used to eating. His first contact away from work was with a former missionary who had become a professor of Bible studies at a local college. The professor had lived in Damascus and spoke Arabic, so they often spoke the language, enabling him to become fluent. Several times he attended his friends' classes, picking up a bit of Bible knowledge as well as learning of the Holy Lands. He began dating the local girl, but her parents disapproved. Who was he, after all, but a drifter with no future? Smoothly, but effectively, her parents broke it off. At the time, he was heartbroken, with a feeling he had been treated unjustly. He moved on, worked in lumber woods, managed to sell an article on carnival life and another on deer to a wildlife journal. Again, he went to work for a small town daily, and when the editor-operator became ill, he ran the paper for him until his discovery was complete. His recovery, not discovery. Ran the paper for him until his recovery was complete. His career underwent a sudden change when the editor returned. I have one eye open, you guys, so A few days before, a man had arrived in town who professed to communicate with the dead. Before their eyes, he received messages from long dead relatives of the townspeople, including advice for the lovelorn, as well as suggestions on how to invest their money. Melbourne called him into the office. "Mike, didn't you work with a magic show once?" "Yeah." "Have you been hearing about this medium who just came to town? Could he be faking it?" "He is a fake. He's using one of the oldest routines in the world. We used it in carnivals to read hidden messages. I want you to expose him, Mike. Then do a story about it. He's been telling old Mrs. McKenna that he has a communication from her dead husband on how she should invest her savings. You want me to attend a seance?" "Yes, I do. Get the goods on him. Do a story on it, and we can syndicate the story." Great narration flow. Lee loves his milkshakes. Some people, Swill, thank you, because I've had people that have told me to talk in voices. Some people said talk normal. Willie wants me to go slow. My brain goes fast. My mouth goes fast. I'll never know how I'll comprehend him. Thank you. Good to see you. Now where am I? Are you the one who wanted animal story? Animal story. Animal. Animal farm? I was saying animal. I kept saying animal house. Let's see. Okay, where am I at? You want me to attend a seance? Yes, I do. Get the goods on him. Do a story on it, and we can syndicate the story. He had exposed the charlatan, and after the story's syndication, followed it with an article on a haunted house. Unwittingly, he had found his career. A national magazine hired him to do a series on haunted houses. Another followed on famous magicians. A visit to Haiti and a resulting book on voodoo brought him a bestseller. After that, he began a series of trips to far out, mysterious places. In the Sahara, he visited the tomb of Tin Hinan, followed by the caves of the 1,000 Buddhas, then to Socotra, the Enchanter's Island. He had spent most of the year in Tibet. In the space of a year, he had become an international celebrity. He dug into history to uncover strange events, studied phenomena ignored by science, and although an acknowledged skeptic, he closed his mind to nothing. Quick to detect fraud, he had also come to realize there was a residue of something not quite explainable by any method he knew, at least not by present knowledge. Time and again, he found himself skirting something shadowy, something that lacked substance, yet seemed to be there. Many times he found it necessary to pursue other angles of approach, and it was upon one of these problems that he first met Eric Hokart. Hokart was an inventor, a specialist in some areas of electronics. Far more than most research scientists, Hokart was keenly aware of the commercial possibilities of some of their discoveries. The result was that he had gone into business and made millions, promptly retiring to enjoy what he had. It was Eric who had guided Mike Raglan through some of the labyrinths of mathematics and physics. Often they discussed Eric's obsession with the canyon country of Utah and Arizona and a place in which to build. The final choice had been Eric's own. Had Mike known, he would have strongly advised Eric Holcart to choose another place. Yet what reasons could he have given? Mike Ragland looked again across the snow, where the mysterious white van had stood waiting. Another occupant? Or simply an empty van? Was there one man? Or two? Or more? Uneasily he considered what little he knew. Eric was in trouble. Eric had contrived somehow to have this daybook delivered to him. This man, or these men, knew of its delivery and tried to recover it. Hence, it was evidence, important evidence, of what had happened or was happening to Eric. After all, there need be nothing supernatural. Eric Holcart was a very wealthy man. Kidnapping was not impossible, nor was revenge. What he might have done, Mike could not guess, although he doubted anything really serious. But in obtaining wealth, one often made enemies, if only through jealousy. Was that element of strangeness all imagination? If so, the girl at the desk had felt it too. And what of the other girl? The beautiful girl who delivered the package. Who was she? What had become of her? Mike reached over and picked up the daybook. End of chapter 3. Yes, ma'am, Animal Farm was a request of mine. I'll start that soon then and put it on the thing. I've been doing all different kinds of stories. I had been doing those, these scary ones, sometimes reading animal totems, but spooky ones. What was the other ones? Ghost stories. And I hadn't read out of this vintage one, vintage horror stories, because it seems a little harder reading for me. But you think I'm doing okay on this one? This is a Louis L'Amour book, so this is starting chapter 4. It's very long. I might not read the whole thing. That's 28. I'm only on chapter 4. This is like, I don't know, 30. Let's see, 10 before 50, 43 chapters. Maybe I'll start Animal Farm soon then and put it. I do not know how to like set up a stream like Willie does. You know, and most people do, so it's notification, and that way people can set it. They can even comment. Like by the time I upload mine, most people aren't going to come back. Most people don't go back to watch other stuff. Anyway, every time I think I've got some listed now. I don't know if I have different cameras, but whatever, that um, my screen's locked, so I would have to, on the one phone I'm streaming, I think, that I set up on, I'd have to have it be there. And by the time it comes on, what happens is mine defaults and faces frontward. I'm rubbing my eyes. Let me see what you're saying. I like the spooky ones. Sounds great, Flum. Willie, are you sleeping? Spooky ones. I was just reading. I'll read a spooky one. They're easier, they're shorter. This book's kind of long. I'll take a cheers break. I don't know what I've been writing. So anyway, yeah. Were you here? Did you hear the owl? My body has been rebelling a little bit lately, so I haven't wanted to really stream too much. I guess some people were worried. But it's going to be like that for, in about another week. I'm going to do another step down, so for another month or a month, 4 or 5 weeks, I'll be like erratic as far as when I stream. I've got so much stuff to upload, pictures. Yeah, pictures, videos. I went to a lake today, first time, and I did a live short. I've got like 4 more to release. They only let you do, when you do a live show, they only let you do like 15 seconds or something. But I'll have to go down there again, add some beautiful clouds. I took some video. Dogs mean there's probably going to be raccoons come. But I have, it's even like lives. I have so many I haven't released. I guess they don't count if you don't release them. Sounds like something's eating on the table. Okay, it's a kitty. Wanted to make sure it wasn't a possum or something. If it was a possum, I would turn the camera around. Oh, so Swill, I'm so very sorry. How are you? Yeah, everything is pretty good. In the morning stream, some of us were talking about like our, uh, not ailments, but just all kinds of stuff. Animals passing or different, mainly health things or other things. There's a lot of people that go through so much raw, but it's going good. I feel lazy compared to when I used to work. I should talk, but life. But it's pretty busy around here. I feel like the woods are, they want their land back. There's not much carved out of this part, but even up at the greenhouse when I had to start working up there. Anyway, you asked me how I was. It's pretty good up here. My body just lately is rebelling some because I'm going down on my medication, which makes me sleep more, which I guess is good. But when I do it again, like sometimes I'll stay up to 30, 40, 50 hours and then I'll crash. So I've kind of been surrendering to my body, being good to it. How have you been? I hope I'm on ours. I'm good, glad you're doing. Thank you. I need to re-listen to a couple of the streams because when I didn't stream sometimes in the last few weeks, there was a couple times, well, even if we talked, where I wasn't outside talking. So there were a couple streams recently where it was just birds with, not me talking. The dogs have sometimes bark or you might hear other noises around the neighborhood. But I did one or two streams where they were really quiet. Some people like both. There's a lot of our friends that they like it when I talk. Even like read. They were always used to tell me to read to them. Or like make up even like scary stories. But maybe I'll go to the library. But I'm looking forward to reading Animal Farm. The copy that I have is a smaller book because that's how some of them used to come like a long time ago. The one thing about that when I was doing I saw John Freeman, he was here, I think I streamed like 2 days ago at night. And he wants me to read normal, not like voices. And in Animal Farm, there's so many characters. You almost should try to have different voices. But I did have some teachers or other ones that didn't. I guess if you have a business meeting, you're not talking in different voices. But in a story, it's different. I know. That's why it's great. See, I put this one on the cover of one before, if you can see. Spooky Campfire Tales. I'll read them right now. These ones were, the first book, I ordered 3 because Judas was asked. I know that, well, there were some other people, a bunch of them had wanted campfire scary stories when I sit out here at night. And I haven't been creative enough to think of a whole story or, not get distracted. So I ordered some. So the other one was, ghost stories. And this one's called Spooky Campfire Stories, Hauntings, Strange Happenings, and Supernatural Lore. I can't remember if it was 2 days ago. One night I I almost said. That's kind of like my epilepsy. That's a small seizure. I do things like that. I read like 6 or 8 stories a few nights ago out of this one. But, so let me just open one and see if I've read it. The Werewolf's Bride. Did I read that one? I'm thinking I read that one. I read that one the other night. The Werewolf's Bride. I read The Death Coach too. Maybe they're opening. Vengeance, I read that one. This book has a lot of stories in it, maybe. Never mind them watermelons. Let's see. Okay, I don't think I read this. Where does it start? Oh, this is a very short one. It's almost time for Halloween. You like when I read? Is it good background noise? Thank you. This is actually maybe really good for my brain. So, like I said, there'll be sometimes better than others. And I'll have to try from that vintage horror stories one. But I just know that it had like, um, it has famous people, H.G. Wells, but it has Sir. The other night I started reading Sir Ellen, uh, Sir Anthony Conan Doyle, I think, or some of them. But some of them use like uh, mythological or old Greek, and I prefer to be able to say it right because otherwise I'll start laughing. But that's okay. Okay, this is going, this story right here is dedicated to my friend Swill. Never mind them watermelons. Well now, old Sam Gibb, he didn't believe in ghosts, not one bit. Everyone in town knew the old log cabin back in the woods was haunted. But Sam Gibbs just laughed whenever folks talked about it. Finally, the blacksmith dared Sam Gibb to spend the night there. If he stayed until dawn, the blacksmith said he would buy him a whole cartload of watermelons. Sam was delighted. Watermelon was Sam's absolute favorite food. He ate so many of them that folks hereabouts said he had watermelon juice running in his veins instead of blood. So Sam accepted the dare at once. He packed up his frying pan, sausages, matches, and pipe, and went right over to the log cabin to spend the night. There was only one room, with a rough fireplace and a few rickety chairs. But Sam quickly made himself at home. He built a fire and settled down in a chair to enjoy his pipe. When it drew near midnight, Sam decided it was time to cook up his dinner. He set the frying pan on the fire, placed the sausages in the pan, and then settled back into his chair for another smoke. Soon the small cabin filled with the delicious smell of frying meat. I'm so sorry. Sam crossed his legs and sank deeper into his seat with a happy sigh, thinking about all the watermelons he would be eating once he won this bet. He pulled out a copy of yesterday's newspaper and read it with enjoyment while his dinner sizzled and spat in the hearth. As Sam was reading, he heard a creaking sound, and something stirred in the shadows. Looking up, he saw that a gnarled little creature with glowing red eyes had scurried out onto the hearth. It had a long, forked tail, 2 horns on its head, claws at the end of its hands, and sharp teeth that poked right through its large lips. The tiny imp spat right across the frying pan into the back of the fire. Sam frowned. Now that wasn't nice, he must. Messing with another man's meat. The imp looked up at Sam with its glowing red eyes. There ain't nobody here tonight except you and me, the creature said. It had a voice like the hiss of flames. Sam's heart nearly stopped with fright, but he was about to give up a pan full of fine sausages and a whole wagon load of watermelon without a fight. Feigning indifference, Sam turned his whole attention to the meat sizzling in the frying pan. Leaning forward, he stirred the sausages. They looked all right and still smelled delicious. But he wasn't sure he wanted to eat something the imp had almost spat upon. The imp was not pleased. It spat into the fire again, right next to the frying pan. Sam sat up with a jerk, heart pounding. He was equal parts scared and furious. But the fury won out. He had been looking forward to his meal all evening, and now this pesky little devil had almost ruined it. Sam swatted at the imp, shouting, "Don't you spit in my meat!" Quick as lightning, the imp kicked over the frying pan, spilling the meat into the fire. Then it lunged at Sam, clawing him between the eyes. Sam reeled back in pain as the imp returned to its place on the hearth. There was a moment of heavy silence. Sam clutched his bleeding forehead and stared numbly at the imp. Then the creature turned its red eyes on... Okay, let me do that sentence. Cut. Then the creature turned its red eyes on Sam and said again, "There ain't nobody here tonight except you and me." Sam stared, mesmerized, into the imp's eyes. He felt as if he were falling into the very pit of hell. Sam began trembling from head to toe. He jumped to his feet, still clutching his bleeding forehead. Even a cartload of watermelons wasn't worth this. There ain't gonna be nobody here but you in a minute, Sam Gibb told the gnarled creature. Sam leapt straight for the nearest exit, which happened to be the window, and hightailed it down the lane, lickety-split. He ran so fast, he overtook 2 rabbits being chased by a coyote. But it wasn't long before he heard the pounding of little hooves, and the gnarled creature with red eyes caught up with him. "You're making pretty good speed for an old man," said the creature to old Sam Gibb. "Oh, I can run much faster than this," Sam Gibb said. He took off like a bolt of lightning. leaving the gnarled creature in the dust. As he ran past the blacksmith shop, the smithy came flying out of the forge to see what was wrong. "Never mind about them watermelons," Sam Gibb shouted to the blacksmith without breaking his stride. Old Sam Gibb ran all the way home and hid under his bed for the rest of the night. After that, he was a firm believer in ghosts and spooky creatures, and he refused to go anywhere near the old cabin in the woods. That's the end of that one. So I'm going to get some coffee and some water. I don't know if I should put it somewhere darker. Hi, everybody. Thanks for watching, listening, sleeping. In like 5 minutes, or just a few minutes, I'm going to read Screaming Jenny. Intermission. Time to talk, get a drink, munchies. Go take a walk. Breathe. Let the dogs out. Enjoy the sounds. Okay, I'll be back. I might as well take some of this stuff in while I'm going in to get coffee. I have 3 phones, headphones. You want to go in, princess? Oh, no. You want to put some kind of there? All right. Yeah. doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing, huh? Are you back up there again? Are you back up there? Hot coffee that I'm spilling all over the place. Readings from the woods. Hope everybody's doing good or sleepy. We almost gonna fall off there, Chester. You little kitty. What are you looking at, buds? Hmm? Okay, everybody, I'm ready to start reading the next story. I said that, but then I was thinking, is that raccoons? Saw cats, already heard owls, geese. What else was it? Getting this book all dirty. No, some raccoons were here earlier. Coyotes. Heard coyotes. Okay, start over. Screaming Jenny. The old storage sheds along the tracks were abandoned shortly after the Baltimore and okay, scratch that. Complete take over. Start whatever it's called. Okay, should have smoked that. I'm probably whispering, aren't I? Screaming Jenny. The old storage sheds along the tracks were abandoned shortly after the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad was built. And it wasn't long before the poor folk of the area moved in. The sheds provided shelter of a sort, although the winter wind still pierced every crevice, and the rough fireplaces folks built within the poorly constructed sheds did little to keep the cold at bay. My father had lost his job that fall due to ill health that had forced him to stay too many days away from work. Mama took a job washing dishes and cleaning rooms at one of the local inns, but the money didn't stretch far in a family of 6. We were turned out of our lodgings when our money ran short, and I don't know how we would have survived if one of my street friends hadn't told me about the abandoned storage units. I was the eldest son and earned as much money as I could, hawking newspapers and running errands for some of the local merchants. Mama didn't like me leaving school so soon, but I was old enough to know my own mind, and we needed the money. Fortunately, between Mama and me, we made just enough to keep food on the table, so my little brother and 2 sisters were able to stay in school. I looked over the abandoned storage shed, found it creaky but adequate, and the family moved in. We put Father and Mother's bed next to the rusty wood stove I'd purchased for a song at a debtor's auction, where Father had the best chance of recovering his health. We put the children's beds in the opposite corner and divided the room with a blanket hung from a rope during the night. My little brother and I shared one bed, and my 2 sisters shared another. It wasn't long after we moved in that I met a gentle, kindly woman named Jenny. She was pushing 50 and had a sweet, weathered face that was worn with care, and dark, brown hair that was streaked with silver. I took to her at once, which was unusual for me, for I was a solemn, introspective lad. Jenny lived alone in one of the smaller sheds, having fallen on hard times. She had no family to protect her, and she was forced to do odd jobs to survive. She could no longer afford to rent a room, so she moved into one of the storage sheds when it became available. Jenny never had enough to eat, and in the cold winter months, her tiny fire barely put out enough heat to keep her alive. Still, she kept her spirits up and was the first one at the door whenever one of the shed families had trouble. She often came to play checkers with my invalid father while Mama was at work, and he came to look upon her as a second mother. My sisters and my little brother adored her. They brought home little crafts from their school to give her, and they often did their homework in her shed. I learned from some of the people in our impromptu village that Jenny always tried to help other folks when they took sick or needed food, sometimes going herself so another could eat. One cold evening in late autumn, Jenny sat shivering over her fire while my little brother perched in the corner doing his homework. When I looked in on them, I saw Jenny drinking broth from a wooden bowl. And then, to my horror, I realized that Jenny's dress was on fire. A spark had flown from the small stove and lit the hem of her skirt. Intent on filling her aching stomach, Jenny didn't notice her flaming clothes until the fire had burnt through the heavy wool of her skirt. I gave a yell of alarm, and she startled in surprise, nearly dropping her bowl. "Jenny, you're on fire," I shouted, glancing around for a bucket of water or a blanket. There was nothing available to douse the blaze. Leaping up in terror, Jenny threw her broth over the licking flames, but the fluid did nothing to help. "Drop on the ground and roll," I shouted, running to her and trying to push her to the floor. In her terror, Jenny did not heed me. Instead, she broke away and ran outside. She made for the train tracks, screaming for help. I started to follow her, but my little brother gave a shout of dismay, pointing at my trousers, and I realized that I too had caught fire when I tried to help Jenny. I flung myself on the floor of the shed, rolling around to put out the fire, while my brother cried hysterically and pummeled me with his shirt tail. As soon as we smothered the fire in my trousers, I leapt up to follow Jenny, telling my brother to run home and get help. In the distance, I could see her still running along the tracks, flames engulfing her body. I raced after her, shouting desperately for her to drop to the ground and roll, just as I had done. Jenny was making for the Harper's Ferry train station, which was only a short distance from the shed village. She probably thought they had enough water there to douse the flames, but the station was still too far away, and the wind she was kicking up by running had turned the licking flames into a glowing inferno that engulfed her from head to toe. As I limped desperately toward the tracks, Jenny's scream grew more horrible. The pain was blinding her to everything else, and her steps were slowing down. I thought I might be able to reach her, but just then I heard a train whistle. I whirled to gaze up at the tracks, and then shouted desperately and ran toward Jenny. She had staggered blindly onto the rails just west of the station. A ball of fire that barely looked human. In her agony, she had not seen the glowing headlight of the train rounding the curve or heard the screech of the brakes as the engineer spotted her fire-eaten figure and tried to stop. I was still 20 yards away when her terrible screams broke off and the train mowed her down. Alerted by the whistle, the crew from the station came, running as the engineer halted the train and ran back down the tracks toward poor Jenny, whose body was still burning. I reached her at the same time as the engineer, who shouted to the station master to bring water. But both of us knew it was already too late. Jenny was dead. The men doused the fire and carried her body back to the train station, while I limped home to comfort my little brother and tell my parents the terrible news. Jenny was given a pauper's funeral, which was attended by everyone in the Shed Village. She had no money for a tombstone and was buried in an unmarked grave in the local churchyard. Within a few days, another poverty-stricken family had moved into her shack, and Jenny was forgotten by almost everyone. Everyone except for me and my family, who had loved her like a grandmother. I had nightmares every night for 6 months, seeing my beloved friend burning over and over. I kept reliving the scene, trying to figure out what I might have done differently to save Jenny. My parents reassured me again and again that I had done everything possible. Jenny had died because she panicked, plain and simple. It took a long time for me to believe what my folks had said, but when I finally did, the nightmares ceased. A year to the day after Jenny's death, I was coming home late from one of my odd jobs when I heard the sound of the train approaching the bend near our shed. I glanced toward the tracks and stopped dead, staring as a glowing ball appeared in the distance. It hurled itself toward the bend, gradually assuming the shape of a burning woman, running for the train station. It was Jenny. I could hear her screaming as the train whipped around the corner. Too late to stop, the engineer plowed over the glowing figure before he could bring the train to a screeching halt. I watched in horror as the glowing figure lay broken and burning for a moment on the tracks. Then it disappeared. Leaping from the engine, the engineer ran back down the tracks to search for a mangled, burning body. but there was no one there. I wanted to tell him that he had run over a ghost, but I was afraid he would think I was crazy. I had heard later that the shaken engineer brought his train into the station and reported the incident to the station master. After hearing his tale, the station master remembered poor, dead Jenny and realized that her ghost had returned to haunt the tracks where she had died. I went home on legs that would barely hold me up and told Mama the whole story. She listened with a white face and grimly pursed her lips. That night, I heard her talking softly with Father. The next day, my parents told us that we were moving into lodgings in town. Mama had saved up enough to put down a deposit on the place, and Father was well enough to work part-time in the mercantile. We packed up our things and left the storage shed behind forever. The town was soon awash with stories about the ghost of screaming Jenny. She was seen several more times, much to the horror of the B&O engineers who rounded the curve just west of the station and found themselves face to face with the burning phantom. I always had nightmares after hearing another appearance of Screaming Jenny, and my parents decided it would be best if the family moved to another town to get away from the terrible memories that the ghost evoked. I never saw the phantom again, though I later heard that the ghost of Screaming Jenny appeared on the tracks every year on the anniversary of her death, one more making her death run toward the Harper's Ferry station. Somebody unliked this. Somebody unliked this thing. Oh wow! And living in Germany for me, it's 9:95 in the morning by me. Oh my God, this is cool. Thank you, Razi Fumel. I'm reading with a flashlight, so I was having to hold a book and read. You might have already left. I don't know if you're still here, Curious Georgia. Thank you. I know I did go put some clothes on. I can hear cats in the window. Can you guys hear some cats in the window? So, I'm gonna take a few of these things in. I'll be back. I'm gonna let it, maybe well, I'll leave the camera there. Okay, it's gonna be quiet for about 10, 15 minutes. I'm gonna go put some clothes, more clothes on. I have shorts on, shirt. And I hear a cat in the window, so I want to go see what's going on.